And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Having a little fun up here in our booth. And this game is about to start. We have two good teams here playing. We have Polk State College and State College of Florida. State College of Florida is the visiting team, as Polk State will be the home team.
Corey,
and
tell
first
us.
Pitch is a foul, and yes, Marshall, I'm sorry.
No, good call there. I was just going to say, tell us a little bit about this beautiful stadium we're at right now.
Well, it is the beautiful Publix Field at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. It's the spring training facility for the Detroit Tigers. And, of course, it's, hosting this year's baseball tournament for the FCSAA State and NJCAA District. It will be played here again next year. However, only 8 teams will be attending to compete against one another, as 10 are currently competing right now. So that will be the slight difference moving forward in the future with the tournament, as a hard hit ground ball goes past the shortstop out into left field. And the runner is going to go to second and get there safe and sound head first. Way to start off the game for Mr. Keyshawn Lynch.
And Lynch has been a big factor in this tournament so far. He's really helped the State College of Florida Manatees team.
That's a way to get his team fired up, as they're giving him a standing ovation. And who we have now, the big heavy hitter coming up now to bat. Ryan Carstetter. Makes his way up.
This is the 10th game of this tournament. We had 4 games on Friday, 4 on Saturday, and we have 4 today. This is the second of the day.
And it's been such beautiful weather. It truly has out here. And, oh, wow. What a play at second. Wow, Lynch got caught snoozing, and now he's losing second base as he goes back to the bench. Wow. What a heads-up play there by Polk State. Wow. I didn't expect that one right there.
That was a very close call there. From the look of the replay, it really did look like he was safe. However, he is called out. So that was Keyshawn Lynch getting tagged out at second for State College of Florida Manatees.
Too bad we didn't have anything set up to where you could show a replay on the scoreboard in situations like this, right?
And if you're a coach, you wanna argue it, because it is the state tournament. Both of these teams already have 1 loss, and it is double elimination.
You're absolutely right. That could, it could be the one play of the game that could change a lot of various things.
You wanna fight for that call no matter what it is, but
no, you're absolutely right. As Carstetter does take a strike in the meantime with a 0-1 count, 1 out.
And that is Justin Gill, and they're on the mound for the Eagles. This is his second appearance of the tournament. He came in Friday night, and the Eagles lost to Palm Beach State.
That was a nice pitch there by Gill for a strike. 0-2 count on Carstetter. For those of you tuning in, thank you for joining us here at the FCAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament out here at the beautiful Joker Marchant Stadium. I'm Corey McDonald. Alongside of me is Marshall Watrous and Chris Valentine. Cameraman Jovan Joslin. Bringing you play-by-play, live coverage of today's game.
For those of you watching at home, I know it's tough to see, as we have State College of Florida in the gray and Polk State College in the white. That's State College of Florida Manatees up to bat right now. That's number 24, Ryan Carstetter.
1-2 pitch. Now becomes a 2-2 count for Carstetter. By the way, correction, my bad. I want to give Mr. Davey Gill a huge shout out. A stellar individual, and he is the athletic director for St. Petersburg College, does a tremendous job there for a great institution. And he is on camera right now filling in for Jovan Joslin. So a big shout out to Mr. Davey Gill. You are the man, sir. You're doing a great job.
That's a do-it-all kind of athletic director there, even hopping on camera when need be. That's the catcher, Riley Johnson.
And that pitch was pretty inside there. I thought it was actually going to kind of nick him for a second in his left lower extremity, but he ended to kind of get back a little bit there. As we have a 1-0 count. And there's a hard hit ground ball. As the out. Oh, safe. Close play there. But we do have 2 outs as we're still in the top of the first here. And that brings up.
While we have Austin James coming out to bat, we'll go over the Polk State College defense for just a brief moment. In the outfield from left to right, we've got Workin, Martinez, and DeWert. Coming in, we've got Scott, Garrison, Fry, and Bierman. Behind home plate is Cullum. And on the mound is the man himself, Justin Gill.
Thank you, Marshall. And here we go, 0-1 count for James. As Gill gets ready to deliver the pitch. And he does, as that ball is foul. 0-2 count. James already in a tough spot.
And James, a freshman for this team. He's from Valrico, Florida.
No, but these players definitely have been spoiled with this beautiful weather here these last few days being played. Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland. That's hit hard foul, though, as James will stay alive with a 0-2 count, and there is 2 outs.
Corey, you were mentioning the weather yesterday. We did get some of the smoke that rolled over from, as many of you know, the brush fire in Central Florida. So just a little bit here, nothing too much, not super hazy to stop the game or anything like that. But you can definitely get that fire smell as a nice hit to right field.
Yeah, it was a nice hit right there, yeah. Beautiful hit. And, and that was great. Again, James did that with a 0-2 count. So he was patient, found a pitch that he wanted, and beautiful hit in the end.
Corey, what kind of confidence does that give to a batter when they're in the hole 0-2 and they make a great hit like that?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has to get you going, man, that's for sure. And, again, it really comes down to being very patient. As I'm sure, a lot of these players get very anxious at times choosing their pitches. And in the meantime, we have Tyler Romanek up at the plate as he awaits Gill's pitch, and he gets a strike out of the deal for the first one. And we have runners on first and second with 2 outs. As State College is hoping to try to put some runs on the board here in the top of the first. And here comes the pitch. Ooh, it looks like he kind of hung in there as he has a 1-1 count for Romanek. Again, thank you for tuning in, all the viewers. Appreciate your support. Hope you're enjoying the play-by-play live coverage that we're bringing you here from the beautiful Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. It looks like Gill's going to take another moment to decide on a pitch. And Cullum and Gill are on the same page as the pitch gets ready to make its way. Ooh, that was a beautiful changeup right there, but it was a ball. Thought maybe it would have been just enough to get a strike, but 2-1 count. Here comes the pitch. Runners on first and second. Two, one count. And here it comes. Wide outside as Romanek now has a 3-1 count. So what do you think here, Marshall, with a 3-1 count? Do you see Romanek just kind of, even if he gets like the pitch that he wants right down the middle, do you just kind of let it go by, or do you take a swing?
I definitely think it's obviously whatever your coach, what kind of advice it is, and it depends on the batter as well. However, as our co-analyst Chris Valentine mentioned earlier, you don't really want to swing on a 3-1 count unless it's most definitely your pitch.
Right, and you know that was a beautiful changeup for a strike. Gill throws some pretty nice changeups for what I see here. And now Romanek does have a full count, 3-2, 2 outs.
If he can get this strike right here, that'll be the end of the top of the first.
I wonder what Gill's going to go with, curve, fastball. I don't see him throwing another changeup. I don't know. And that was a fastball, and it came right back at him as he brings it over to first for the out. And now we're going to switch it up as Polk State College will make their way up to the plate. And we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you. And we are back here at the bottom of the first. Polk State College is coming up to bat. And they're leading off with their center fielder, Rowdy Martinez. And we have Jordan Gubelman on the mound. And we have the first out right there. And that will bring up Skylar Frey, the second baseman for Polk State. here comes the pitch by Gubelman. And that's a ball. Jordan Gubelman out of Sarasota, Florida, pitching today. And there we have a 1-1 count. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And a hit ground ball there to third. And the play will be made for the out, as we have two already here in the bottom of the first. Two in a row.
Next batter for the Eagles is the right fielder, number 27, Zach Dewar.
And I'll bring up number 27, right fielder Zach Dewitt. Better pronunciation, Dewart.
And it feels like we just got done calling a Polk State game. They were the game 4 of both Friday and Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So both late nights for this team. I mean, I'm sure these guys are just extremely worn out, and they're back here for game 2. For all of you Polk State fans, we'd like to say thank you for tuning in and watching, even at the hours of 1 a.m.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Marshall. That's for sure. Yeah, pulled some definitely some late games these last few days. As Dewart has a 2-0 count.
Speaking of last night's game, Polk State defeated Eastern Florida State 8-4.
Gubelman gets ready to bring it. And he delivers a strike there for a 3-1 count. As Dewart continues to be patient up at the plate. And he takes a walk to first. Compliments of Gubelman. As Polk State gets a runner on board. And that will bring up the third baseman, Zach Scott. Let's see what he can do. Hopefully to try to get on base or maybe even knock in a run here. That's a nice pitch there by Gubelman.
And Corey, we just got done our first game of the day. It was St. John's River State versus Northwest Florida State. And Northwest Florida State came out victorious, so St. John's River State is on their way home now. What did you think of that game, Corey?
Yeah, that was a really good game. Again, you know, another pair of teams that, you know, played very well in this tournament. One player, again, I really enjoyed watching was Justin Smith. I know I talked about him a few times, but here comes the pitch right there. There's a, looks like Johnson got banged up from that swing there. Got a stinger or something as the trainer comes out to attend him. Seems to be okay. Yeah, he's all right. But yeah, no, Marshall, definitely there's been some very exciting games played so far in this tournament. A couple standout players as well. Pitching, you know, fielding, some heavy hitters.
St. John's River State College, one of 3 teams already sent home. The other 2 are Tallahassee Community College and Eastern Florida State.
And Scott will get back in as he awaits Gubelman's pitch, as Johnson seems to be okay to continue to play and catch behind home plate. And the throw is made to first. as Dewart is not going anywhere. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And the runner goes. Ooh. Oh, so Scott apparently didn't make a full swing there. But still a good heads-up play by Johnson just to make sure. As for a minute, Johnson thought that was strike 3 there. Now he's going to go have a chat with Goobleman. Try to get on the same page with one another. We do have a runner on second. There is 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. What'd you think on that one? Can we, that looked pretty close, didn't it?
That was a very close there. You can tell a couple of people in the stands aren't particularly happy about that one.
No.
But the first base ump said he didn't swing through all the way. And Zach Scott asked for just a quick second.
And here comes the pitch. We have a 2-2 count. A trio of 2s straight down the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And that's hit hard but foul. Again, thank you for tuning in and joining us here at the FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament being played here in the beautiful Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. This is our 3rd day here as this tournament carries on through Wednesday. As you'll start to see less games being played as the next few days come. As some teams are, like as Marshall already mentioned, already on their way back home. And that's a big strikeout there for Goobleman. And he's all fired up, and so is his teammates. As we get ready to start off the top of the second, and we'll be back in just a moment. And we are back now. And here we have Jaron Shelby up at the plate for State College of Florida. And that's a strike right there, delivered by Gill. And there's another strike, as Shelby already has 2 strikes against him. Gill being very generous with delivering those strikes. And that's a ground ball hit to third. And that's a tough throw to make, as the runner will be safe.
How about Shelby? A great job by Shelby, sprinting through first and getting home getting there safe.
Yeah, Scott made a tough throw there, as he just was off balance making it. Wasn't enough to get the job done, but still a good athletic play, good attempt.
And Shelby's speed really helped him get there. He's got 11 stolen bases on the year, so that's second for the team.
And now that'll bring up Brock Bell. As he takes a pitch for a strike.
Bell's from Phoenix, Arizona. It's listed at 6'4", 195.
Gill brings it. That's a ball right there, 1-1 count. Still no outs, top of the second. Runner on first. Ooh, nice strike right there. Gill's thrown some pretty nice pitches so far.
That's right. Gill came out today to really get it going, and 1-2 count now. Looking to try and get that first out on the board, as he's got a runner on first.
And that's hit foul. Again, thank you for tuning in and joining us here, the beautiful Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida, the home of the spring training for the Detroit Tigers, and home for this year's FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament being played here. There's 10 teams throughout the state that was invited to compete in this tournament. As I mentioned earlier, next year it will be played here as well. However, only 8 teams will be invited. And here we go. The runner goes. The throw's made. And he is safe and sound at second.
Cool little fact here.
Mm-hmm.
State College of Florida had an old graduate. He's an alumni there named Johnny Grubb. He's a former Major League Baseball outfielder and designated hitter. He played for a number of teams, but he also played a little bit of time with the Detroit Tigers, so I'm sure he's here.
Strike 3 call. As Bell heads back to the bench. That was a nice strikeout there for Gill. And we have 1 out. Still, runner on second.
Next batter is the left fielder, number 1, Brian Dillingham.
And that brings up Brian Dillingham. Hard hit ground ball there to short, as the out is made. but the runner advances to third, and we have 2 outs as State College of Florida is trying to get a run on the board.
Although Dillingham got out at first, he still got his teammate closer to scoring position. He's now on third.
Rugi Odor, you were talking about him the other day, Marshall. Relation to, who's the individual related to him that is a Major League Baseball player?
Rugnet Odor for the second baseman for the Texas Rangers. Odor, we've really been talking about his play, especially in the outfield. He plays center outfield, and his speed really works to his advantage. Not quite the biggest guy, however, his speed really makes up for it. And you know, those deep balls that almost get out of here, he chased them down. So he's got some great speed under him. And pitchers always be sure to keep an extra eye on him in case he decides to steal a base.
Yeah, he's a pretty good all-around player. As Odor has 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes the pitch. Ooh. That was a ball. So Odor is in a good spot here with a 3-0 count. As I'm guessing here, he probably may not even swing at this next pitch. And nope, as it's a beauty right down the middle for a strike. 3-1 count. And that's hit back to the pitcher, Gill. And he gets the 3rd out right there as we get ready to switch sides moving forward as we head into the bottom of the 2nd. And we'll be right back. And Cole Warkin makes his way up to the plate. Thank you again for tuning in. I'm Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, and Chris Valentine. And Mr. Davey Gill, still on camera. The man. And we have a 1-0 count here for Warkin. There's a beauty there for a strike. 1-1. What's your take so far on these two pitchers today, Marshall, on Gubelman and Gill? Ooh, nice hard hit there for a base hit as it line drives out to left field.
So far, right there, as soon as that happens, Gubelman allows his first hit. On the other end, Justin Gill has allowed 4, but no runs. Still a scoreless ball game here, so great pitching on both sides.
Yeah, we're expecting a close one here between these two.
You know, it's a state tournament. If you're not bringing your A game as a pitcher and getting it done, you're going to get pulled right away.
The pitch is a ball there for Cullum, the catcher. Runner on first. And the runner's going. And that's hit foul back. So as I mentioned earlier, next year this tournament will host 8 teams, as I had the great privilege of interviewing a few great people yesterday. One of them is Kelly Warren, the executive director for the FCSAA, and Mr. Rick Hitt. He is the FCSAA State Baseball Chair. I thank you very much to the both of them for taking the time with me. And here comes the pitch for Cullum, the 1-2 count. Instead, Gubelman decides to play catch with his first baseman, Bell. Make sure the runner stays nice and comfy there.
And that's Cullum, the catcher. He's at bat, an exceptionally great hitter for this Eagles team.
And it looks like, okay, not sure. Chris, why don't you go run down there and find out what all that was about? Go run on the field. Go ask the coach what he just said to him.
It looked like there was another issue with the glove. And if you were with us on day 1, game 4, it was about 1:05 in the morning. And they had a 20-minute delay, what seemed to take like an hour. It was actually 20 minutes. A delay regarding the size of the first baseman's glove. And that was in the top of the 8th inning. So it took them 8 innings to figure it out. And then they took 20 minutes to argue about it. And it ended up being within the rules and all square. So a 20-minute delay at 1 o'clock in the morning for nothing.
Well, Mr. Rick Hitt did a great job intervening and going down there and settling, the issue. So we tip our hat off to Mr. Hitt.
And what a name for a guy at a baseball tournament.
Very nice guy. And that's inside there. We have a 2-2 count. And that is a nice strikeout there for Gubelman. I like that pitch.
Great job by Gubelman. He's only allowed 1 hit, no runs.
And here we have Zach Bierman. Makes his way up to face Gubelman. And that is a quick throw back to first. Again, we have 1 out. We're here in the bottom of the 2nd. It's a beautiful day out here in Lakeland at Joker Marchant Stadium. And the pitch is a ball.
And this is game 2 of 4 today. After this game, we've got Santa Fe taking on Palm Beach State. Both teams are 1-0 here, haven't been defeated yet. And then following that, we have the number 1 seed, Japola, taking on Miami-Dade. Those teams also still have yet to lose, so both will be very good games.
I agree. Here comes the 1-0 pitch by Goobelman. And now it's a 2-0 count for Bierman. Runner on first. We'd like to thank you all for tuning in and again listening to us as we're hosting the FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament. And it looks like Johnson and Goobelman are going to have a little chat here, try to get on the same page with one another, as there's a 3-0 count for Zach Bierman. It's a beautiful day out here at 84 degrees. And here comes the pitch. And that is a walk for Bierman.
You can tell Goobelman wasn't too happy with where he placed that ball as he, looked to the sky and dropped his shoulders.
And here we have Bradley Harmon.
Harmon, the DH for this Eagles team.
That's a nice pitch there for a strike by Goobelman. Got runners on first and second. And it looks like I'm not sure what's going on, as the ump was looking over towards State College's bench for a minute and saying something. And here we go. Harmon gets back in the box. Goobelman gets ready to deliver the next pitch as we're underway here. Still in the bottom of the second. 2 runners on, first and second. 0-1 count, 1 out. We have a few scouts out here today, too, looking at a few players. The one last game, Chris, how many did you count down there, clocking in some pitches? As that's first strike on Harmon.
It looked to be about 7 or 8, maybe 10 scouts. And it looked about 6 or 7 radar guns clocking in Cameron Sanders pitches.
Yeah, he's a pretty good pitcher. That last speed for Goobelman was 84 miles per hour. In the meantime, Harmon has a 2-2 count with 1 out.
And Corey, a lot of scouts coming out to watch a lot of these pitchers. They have their radar guns ready. I know you mentioned Brendan Little. Any other pitchers from either of these teams really stuck out to you?
Ooh, big strikeout right there for Goobelman, as he really needed that. Yeah, well, of course, as you already mentioned, Little. Who was the one pitcher that you really liked? I'm trying to remember.
Jared Montgomery for Northwest Florida State. Really talented. He pitched on the first night. For those of you who don't know, Brendan Little is on the State College of Florida Manatees team. He pitched the first day, did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, I think he had 9 strikeouts for that game, now that I think about it.
And he's getting his rest right now.
But no, there definitely is, a handful of some good pitchers here. And we have Garrison up at the plate. As that first pitch is a ball. And we have a 1-0 count with 2 outs, runners on first and second. We are in the bottom of the second inning.
Both of these teams carrying a lot of pitchers on Polk State College's roster. They've got 12 pitchers listed. A nice bunt there.
Yep, and that is the third out as both teams switch it up as we head into the top of the third, and we'll be right back. And here we have Keyshawn Lynch starting off the top of the third inning here. As Gill is on the mound for Polk State. There's a strike there.
And Lynch started off the bat for this game. He was tagged out with the questionable call at second base. Honestly, from up here, I've looked safe. However, the second base umpire was much more close than I was.
Mm-hmm. That second pitch was a little wide outside as Lynch has a 1-1 count here. Here it comes. And that's hit foul for strike 2 on Lynch. 1-2 count.
That's Ryan Karstetter on deck.
We are here in Lakeland, as I mentioned. Beautiful facility here where spring training is held for the Detroit Tigers at Joker Marchant Stadium.
And we mentioned earlier stolen bases for the Manatees, and Keyshawn Lynch leads the way with 21 as he is struck out.
Yeah, that was a big strikeout there. A nice pitch delivered by Gill. And as you mentioned, now he will face Karstetter. Again, we got 2 more games about to take place later on today with 4 good teams. As a few already packed their bags on their way home. Here comes the pitch, and there's a ground ball hit foul towards third baseline.
So State College of Florida with 4 hits. Polk State College only with 1. Still a runless game here. As we've had great pitching on both sides. That's Justin Gill for Polk State. And that's been Jordan Goobelman for State College of Florida.
Yeah, I like some of the nice change-ups that Gill has delivered, you know, for some big-time pitches made there. One particularly in my mind was first strikeout.
And Gill, the hometown kid for Polk State College.
Look at that. Yeah, man, he's throwing some nice pitches up there, as I just mentioned, as Carstetter has a 1-2 count, so he already has 2 strikes. Let's see what he's going to do with this next pitch. As Gill and Cullum seem to be on the same page here.
And Gill from Winter Haven, Florida. Winter Haven is the location for Polk State College. They also have a few other branch campuses, one being right down the road here in Lakeland.
2-2 count. And that's a swing, but the swing and a miss. But however, the ball got past Cullum as Carstetter will stay on first. It's unfortunate right there, as the way I look at it, Carstetter pretty much just got a freebie right there, free base.
Most definitely. He got out of that one.
And again, here we are. We have Riley Johnson up to bat. We have a man on first. We have 1 out, as we are in the top of the 3rd inning here, being played at Joker Marchand Stadium in Lakeland. This year's FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament. Ooh, inside there, as Johnson was able to avoid getting hit by the pitch. So again, we start off here with 10 teams. Obviously, only one can take the state title out of the 10. However, at least 2 teams will get an opportunity to compete in the national tournament, as we have a 1-1 count here. 2-1 count with 1 out.
As we mentioned before, Santa Fe College won it all here last year, and they went on to the national tournament. They're here again this year, as well as Chipola, both 2 favorites, along with Miami-Dade and Polk State too. I mean, they lost to Palm Beach State on the first day, but they were given a 2 seed.
So Johnson has a 3-1 count here with a runner on first. Kind of curious what what kind of pitch he's gonna throw him here, as he gets a nice fastball inside. And now we have a full count, 3-2, 1 out. This could be a big out here for Gill if he could seal the deal. Instead, he's going to just play catch for a brief moment with his first baseman, Bierman. As we have Austin James on deck for State College. Here comes the pitch. And that's a nice hard hit for a base hit. That is line drive out to left field, as Johnson will make it to first with no problems. We have runners on first and second. And we have Mr. Austin James making his way up to the plate. And there still is only 1 out. 2 runners on. State College looks like they might have something going here. In the meantime, we'll see what happens.
And a great hit there to get a single out of it and get his man in closer scoring position. He's on second base. Austin James looking to make something happen.
As that pitch was inside for a ball. And it looks like Polk State coach is going to come on out and talk to Gil for a minute. Try to calm him down. See what's going on here. Again, thank you for tuning in and joining us here for this state baseball tournament being played here at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. We appreciate all the viewers tuning in, listening to us, watching us.
And how about Riley Johnson with that hit? On the year, Johnson, as a catcher, has a .346 batting average.
That's a nice batting average, yeah.
With 23 RBIs, along with a couple other great statistics on the year. He's had a pretty good tournament here so far. And a lot of great catchers here. We've seen Jeff Court, we've seen Isaiah Cullum here, and Riley Johnson. Just a ton of catchers that are also great hitters.
I believe is it Aaron Taunton?
That's right, Houghton.
Oh, yep. Houghton, I'm sorry, yeah. And I believe he's a local guy, too. I want to say Houghton is from the St. Pete area, I believe.
I believe so.
We have a 2-0 count here for James. Ooh, inside for a strike. 2-1 count, 1 out. Nice pitch there by Gill. We have Tyler Romanek on deck for State College. Let's see if James can get on board somewhere, or maybe even knock in a run. Here comes the pitch. And there's a nice hard hit, and it's caught line drive. A line drive hit caught by the shortstop, Garrison, for a great defensive Polk State play as they'll make their way up to the plate and see what they can do. We'll be right back. And thank you for tuning in here for the FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament. as we are getting ready to start off the bottom of the third here for Polk State College. As the top of the lineup, Rowdy Martinez, the center fielder, will make his way up to the plate to face Gubelman.
Leading off for the Eagles, number 22, Rowdy Martinez.
And here we go. And that's a strike there. First pitch. And that's cut for a foul as Martinez has a 0-2 count early. Such a beautiful day here again, as I mentioned many times. Here we are. And as that's wide and outside for a ball. 1-2 count. The last 3 days here, it's been some very nice, comfortable weather as it's going to start heating up here at the beginning of the week. As that's popped back foul and out of play. Let's see what Martinez can do as Gubelman gets ready to bring it. And here comes the pitch. And that's a nice hard hit ball, but it will be caught by the center fielder, the speedster Odor.
Again, we mentioned his name earlier in the tournament, Rugi Odor. Great job running all around the outfield there to catch a couple outs. And Skylar Fry, he's had a great tournament as well. He's usually plays second base.
As he gets a ball there from Gubelman.
Fry's got a .344 batting average on the year.
Nice. That's pretty nice batting average there.
Also 36 RBIs, too. So.
Yeah, 36 ribbies, right? 1-1 count, 1 out. Some good numbers there for Mr. Frey. He's in the hole here, though. 1-2 count. 1 out. No runners on base. We are here in the bottom of the third. Here comes the pitch by Gubelman. And that's a nice strikeout there. As Frey got caught looking. And he is pretty upset as he slams his bat down. Not happy there. In the meantime, Zach Dewart comes up to the plate. That was a really nice pitch by Gubelman. Again, both pitchers bringing some really nice, that's a nice hard hit ball for a base hit out in left field as Dewart gets on base. Again, as I was saying, some really nice pitches by both sides.
A good job by Zach Dewart getting the second hit out of the game for the Polk State College Eagles. He makes a single out of it.
Yeah, I like how he jumped on that first pitch, you know.
No time wasted there.
And here we have Zach Scott up at the plate, and the runner goes. But he will make his way back to first as that was foul tipped. Again, thank you for tuning in and joining us here. We have a few more great games to be played here today as this tournament continues to be played until Wednesday. The throw is made back to first as Dewart will stay there. Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, Chris Valentine, Mr. Davey Gill on camera. And the runner will take second, as Johnson had a hard time handling Gubelman's pitch there as it went by him. So after all, the runner will get second.
And Gubelman is just looking to end this inning here. He's got 2 outs, trying to make that 3. It's tough to do that when you have a dangerous base runner like Dewart.
Crowd getting into it. Here comes the pitch. That's hit to short. And that play is made at first for the 3rd out. As we get ready to start the top of the 4th, we still have a 0-0 ball game, and we'll be back in just a moment. And here we are.
Leading off, the designated hitter, number 20, Tyler Romanek.
As Tyler Romanek makes his way up to the plate to face Gill. Here in the top of the 4th, Lakeland, Florida, Joker Marchant Stadium, where this state baseball tournament has been taking place. And here comes the pitch. And that's a nice hard hit ball there. And it looks like it will drop, as Romanek will get a base hit. Bringing up Shelby.
That was Rowdy Martinez out there at center field, not able to get under that ball. A nice hit by Romanek. That ball didn't have a lot of loft, which means not a lot of air time, so that ball dropped, and the State College of Florida Manatees got another hit.
Yeah, that was a nice one, too. I've seen some really nice hits, some nice line drive hits. That one game yesterday between, help me out here, Marshall. Called a couple games. There was like six or 5 or 6 home runs. St. John's, I believe, and
oh man, and Tallahassee Community College.
That's right.
It was
TCC.
Just back and forth in that ball game. One team got up, the next team the following inning just returned with a couple runs themselves. So that was a great game. If you guys missed it, however, Tallahassee Community College's season ended yesterday.
Yeah. It was definitely a home run derby game, that's for sure, too.
Definitely.
As Shelby just took a strike, 0-2 count, runner on first.
Speaking of seasons ending, Tallahassee Community College, who got beat by St. John's River State St. John's River State got beat today. Their season is over. It was Northwest Florida State who beat them, and Northwest Florida State coming in this tournament not playing any games. They're focused on trying to get a 1 or 2 seed coming out of the state tournament so they can go on to nationals.
Here we go. Gill looking in. Gets the call made by Cullum. Ooh. The fans not too happy with that call made by the home umpire, as Shelby has a 2-2 count. Runner on first. 0 outs. Oh, he won on that one. As he was not happy even attempting it, as he'll walk back to the bench for a strikeout for Shelby. And that brings up Brock Bell to the plate. Gorgeous day here in the mid-80s. Ooh, that was a nice curve right there. And that's for a strike. He has a nice changeup. He has a nice curve. Gill, really like what he's bringing here in this game. That's 2 in a row right there, Marshall.
That's right, and Gill bringing the heat from the mound.
It looks like he went with 2 curveballs there. 0-2 count. And a big swing and a miss, as that was a nice strikeout recorded for Gill. As Bell will also take a seat on the bench.
Off the bat now, number 1, Brian Dillingham.
Brian Dillingham. Wide outside there by Gill.
That pitch was really outside.
Mm-hmm. Cullum did a good job, though, avoiding the ball going past him.
And Cullum, with the height, he's listed at 6'3". That really helped him to grab that ball because that ball was really outside and high up.
Here we are, 1-1 count, 2 outs.
The Braden River High School graduate, Dillingham up to bat, and a swing and a miss. I believe Braden River are the Pirates. Could be mistaken, it could be Bradenton. However, Dillingham on a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Gill trying to get out of this one.
Foul back there. 1-2 count. So out of the 10 teams, the winner here will advance to play in the World Series.
Following this game, we've got Game 11, which is Santa Fe versus Palm Beach State, and Game 12, which is Chipola versus Miami-Dade. Another big reach there for Dillingham, and that'll end the top of the 4th.
As we'll be right back. And here we are, we're back, heading into the bottom of the 4th inning, where Polk State will make their way up to the plate. Just want to clarify something as I was talking earlier. Yes, 10 teams are here competing. However, only one team will become state champions. And, of course, they will advance to play. A better term to use would be the World Series, opposed to using Nationals. But they'll get a chance to compete in the World Series with other various teams throughout the country that make it there as well. So, out of the teams left in this tournament, we'll see who the one will take the state title and runs with it. And here comes the pitch, as we have a 1-1 count for Warkin. And we have a 2-1 count here for Warkin, as we have Goobelman still pitching in this game for State College. That's a nice pitch there for a strike. 2-2 count, and that was clocked in at 90 miles per hour. So Goobelman put some heat on that. That's hit foul back. Again, to all the viewers listening, thank you for tuning in. A shout out to Coach Ryan Beckman from St. Petersburg College listening in today. Thank you, Coach, for your support. And that's high right there for a ball, as Warkin has a full count, 3-2. Again, beautiful day here in the mid-80s. We're at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida, home of the Detroit Tigers spring training facility. Here comes the pitch, and that's a ground ball hit to short, as the play will be made for an out. Good throw there by James. And in the meantime, that will bring up the next batter, which is the catcher Isaiah Cullum.
Cullum, we mentioned briefly earlier. It's that tall, 6'3", 225-pound frame. He's a South Sumter High School graduate, which is located in Bushnell, Florida.
Here comes the pitch, and that's too high right there, as Cullum will take that for a ball.
Cullum's got 5 home runs on the year with 43 RBIs. The power hitter got a lot of strength behind that 225-pound frame. It's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, that was a big cut there by Cullum. High there. 2-1. 1 out. My name is Corey McDonald. Alongside of me, Marshall Watrous, Chris Valentine. Jovan Joslin is back on camera. However, great camera work by Mr. Davey Gill stepping in. And that's hit foul towards State College's dugout. Again, the next game coming up.
Next game coming up is game 11 of the tournament. It'll be game 3 of the day. It'll be Santa Fe versus Palm Beach State. That is supposed to start at 4. However, some of these games run over quite a bit, so we'll see on what time that'll get started.
Carstetter makes the out there over at third, as there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Excuse me, bottom of the 4th.
That last pitch by Goobelman was clocked in at 87 miles per hour.
Zach Bierman makes his way up to the plate. And that is a ball right there. 1-0 count for Bierman.
Bierman with similar size to Isaiah Cullum, who hit before him. Bierman's listed at 6'3", 220. However, he is from West Bend, Wisconsin. So West Bend East High School graduate.
87 miles per hour for that last pitch there for Goobelman. As he's delivered 3 straight balls here. Again, thank you for tuning in and joining us here for the FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament. Here comes the pitch. And 4 straight balls as Bierman takes first base.
Great eye by Bierman, not getting impatient. Although it's a 3-0 count, you know, a lot of times you pretty much have a free swing out of that and a crack at it, but a great job on taking the selfless play and trotting on over to first base as the designated hitter Bradley Harmon comes up the bat.
And Harmon waits for the pitch by Goobelman as he takes a swing and connects with a foul ball. As he has an 0-1 count, runner on first. We have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning, where Polk State is up to bat now. And the throw is made to first as Bierman dives back. Got a nice little breeze out here. As you can see, our beautiful American flag. And that's a strike right there. We have a 0-2 count, 85 miles per hour with that last pitch. Runner on first as the throw is made over the first. Goobelman not liking Bierman staying too far off the bag. As that's a big swing and miss right there. And the out will be made for the 3rd out as both teams switch sides as we get ready to head into the top of the 5th inning. We'll be right back. And here we are, Rugi Odor. Has his first pitch delivered by Gill for a ball. That was a nice pitch there, but it's going to be a ball. Thought that might have done enough for a strike.
And Rugi Odor is a freshman from Winter Haven, Florida. Graduate of Winter Haven High School.
There's a 3-0 count there.
We'll see if Odor takes a swing here on this one.
Ooh. Odor.
And Odor walking his way over to first.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do a crab walk for a minute as he was really trotting backwards for some seconds there, but he finally made his way to first as he did get walked there by Mr. Gill. And that brings up Keyshawn Lynch to the plate.
And Lynch again out to bat, the man with a .325 batting average on the year. He's from Haines City High School. Justin Gill eyeing down Lynch at the plate.
That's a ball right there. And we have a 1-0 count. No outs, runner on first.
And this Manatees dugout, they're fired up. State College of Florida is led by head coach Tim Hill II.
That's a strike right there.
Polk State College led by head coach Al Corbeil.
Justin Gill pitching for Polk State. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that's hit hard to third. Throw's made to second for an out. And that's a double play right there for Polk State. Great defense. Well played. And we got 2 outs. As Ryan Carstetter makes his way up to the plate to face Justin Gill. Thank you again for tuning in. Beautiful day here, as I mentioned.
And here's a replay of that last double play.
Nice.
And a great job defensively.
Yeah, that was really nice. Good play.
So 2 outs now with Carstetter up to bat.
That's hit to third. And that throw is made for the third out. As we switch it up here, getting ready to head into the bottom of the 5th inning. We still have a 0-0 ball game here, and we'll be right back. And we are back here at the bottom of the 5th inning where Polk State is up to bat. And we have Jonah Garrison ready to face Gubelman. Jordan Gubelman on the mound for State College. And here comes his pitch. And that's a beauty right there for a strike, right down the middle. 0-1 count for Garrison. Welcome if you're just tuning in and joining us. And there's another strike, as Gubelman's not wasting any time here with 2 beautiful pitches. However, that one will be a ball, as Garrison's faced with a 1-2 count. And Martinez is on deck, the top of the lineup for Polk State. And that's going to be another ball, as Garrison has a 2-2 count, showing patience.
Still a runless game here. Can't believe it's 0-0, but State College of Florida's got 6 hits. Polk State College has 2 hits. What's really surprising from a team like Polk State, where they're the 2nd-ranked team in the state and then actually the 5th-ranked team in the nation behind Chipola. Chipola's ranked 2 in the nation. So it's really surprising from Polk State, especially on that first day to get that loss against Palm Beach State. So,
and they're definitely going to need more than 2 hits to make something really happen here, as Garrison fouls that one back and has a 2-2 count.
As we mentioned, the first night Polk State College lost Palm Beach State. However, last night they beat and sent home Eastern College of Florida. So their season is over. Excuse me, Eastern Florida State College. That was the Titans.
Gubelman delivers. Ooh. We got a full count here, 3-2. Some of the fans getting into it, getting rowdy. And that is going to be foul, where no play will be made there. Such a beautiful facility, though, huh?
It really is. And I'd like to give a special thank you to the grounds crew out there in between games, relining the field, doing everything they can to keep this field in such great shape when this is the 10th game of the tournament.
Covering this game, my name is Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, and Chris Valentine.
And that is Jonah Garrison still with a full count.
Jovan Jocelyn on camera, and that's a nice hard hit ball out in left field. And it's going to be caught right there, right on the warning track. Recorded for the out. That catch was made by Dillingham. And now we are at the top of the lineup for Polk State with Rowdy Martinez. Here comes the pitch by Gubelman, as he takes a good cut there, but that's going to be a foul, as that There's a rocket shot over to State College's bench, dugout. Now we have a 1-1 count, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning here, Publix Field at Joker Marchant Stadium, Lakeland, Florida. And that's fouled back as well. Again, 10 teams showed up. A few already went home. It's had some very good games. The last few nights have been 2 very late games. I'm not sure. Maybe I can find the statistic out. What was the longest played game so far in this tournament as far as time frame goes?
None have gone past 9 innings. However, I think maybe, what would you say, Chris? The 3rd or 4th one last night was getting close to 4 hours.
The third game last night, I can't remember who that was between. It ended up being 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So over an hour longer than our first game today.
Mm-hmm.
We briefly mentioned earlier how Polk State is ranked 5th in the nation and Chipola number 2. The other team from Florida in the top 20 is Santa Fe. Others receiving votes is also Palm Beach State, but it's really impressive for just one state alone to have so many in the top. I mean, Florida, a great state for junior college baseball. Obviously, Texas and Alabama, a couple others. So it's really impressive and shows you how much talent is really here at this state tournament.
Absolutely. As that pitch right there is ball 4, and Martinez will have no problems taking a walk to first.
Next batter for the Eagles is the second baseman, number 1, Skylar Frey.
Now we have Skylar Frey up at the plate with 1 out, runner on first. The runner's going, and Johnson cannot handle the pitch delivered by Gubelman, so Martinez will take second as well with no problems. Which is putting Polk State in a good position here to potentially get a run on the board, as we are still having a 0-0 ball game here in the bottom of the 5th. Maybe this could be the spark that Polk State needs, or maybe State College will ruin the party for him. Here comes the pitch. So now we have a 2-0 count with 1 out. Gubelman gets the pitch from Johnson. And that's hit high, and it looks like it might, it's going to stay foul, as Bell does not have enough room to attempt to make the catch. So in the meantime, Frey will get another chance. But a 2-1 count. So how many games will be played tomorrow, Marshall?
Tomorrow we've got 3 games on the schedule.
That's hit hard to second as the play is made at first for an out. But in the meantime, Martinez makes his way over to third, and we have 2 outs. where Zach Dewart, the right fielder, will make his way up to the plate. See what he can do with his bat. As we still have a scoreless game here in the bottom of the 5th inning between both teams. That's a nice pitch there for a strike. As Gubelman's been throwing in the mid-80s, I believe there was some low 90s on some of his pitches too, actually, earlier. I think I might have seen one that was like 91, 92, somewhere around there. And that's hit to third, where the play is made for an out as State College took care of business, as we still have a scoreless game here as we head into the top of the 6th inning, where we'll be back bringing you the next inning. Riley Johnson, the catcher for State College, will start off the top of the 6th inning here as he faces pitcher Justin Gill for Polk State. 0-0 ball game here at Joker Marchant Stadium as Gill delivers a ball there. It's been a beautiful weekend here, last few days, with these games being played here. One count for Johnson. Again, we have two other scheduled games making their way this afternoon and early evening. Three-0 count. And that's a nice strike right down the middle. So, Chris, when these batters are in a, situation where they have 3 balls, no strikes, and they get such a really nice, beautiful pitch down the middle, I'm sure it's hard for them at times to not want to swing at it, especially if it's in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, definitely, because every batter has a certain location and a certain pitch that they love to hit the most. But when it's 3-0, you have to stay disciplined. You have to make sure that you're not swinging at anything that is out of your wheelhouse, And you have to make sure that you're not swinging at anything that would be out of the strike zone, because then you're giving up a free base and you're giving the pitcher another opportunity to get you out.
Absolutely. And with that being said, Johnson is on first as he got walked. And in the meantime, we have Austin James up at the plate for State College. As Gill will play catch with Bierman over at first for a brief moment. And he's going back over there. He doesn't like how Johnson is hanging around over there. Wow, third time in a row. So now Gill is going to have a chat with his coach as they all huddle up there on the mound. Again, thank you for joining us and tuning in. And with that being said, Justin Gill will be leaving the game. As I just realized the reason for him throwing three straight balls over to first base was to give the bullpen some extra time to get a few extra pitches in, as we will find out in just a brief moment who the next pitcher will be for Polk State coming into the game, as we are here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Excuse me, I'm sorry, in the top of the sixth inning now. This game's kind of went pretty fast. Yeah. As we talked about earlier, some other games that have lasted a lot longer, kind of dragged on at some point. So with that being said, we'll be back in just a moment as we take a break, and we'll give you who the next pitcher is. And here we are. We are back as we have the next pitcher here for Polk State. And his name is Justin Twerk, right-hand pitcher from Lake Worth, Florida. I'm sorry, it's Chad Twerk. Is that better, Mr. Valentine? All right, here we go. So here we are with an 0-1 count. And we are back in business getting this game. And there's a little spider on the table according to Chris, as he sees. Good eye, Chris. As we have a 0-2 count here for Austin James. Still a scoreless game here in the top of the 6th inning. Runner on first. And that's a big swing and a miss, as James is a little upset with himself. And that brings up the next batter here, Tyler Romanek, the designated hitter. Makes his way up to the plate to face Twerk. And I guess Chris's friend left, so that's a good sign.
No, he's still here.
Oh, he's still here. Okay. And there's a ground ball for a base hit out to right field as the runner makes his way to third. We have a runner on first and third, and there's only one out. State College needed that, as Shelby makes his way up to the plate.
Next batter for State College of Florida is number 30, right fielder Jaron Shelby.
Thank you for tuning in and joining us. Still sticking with us if you were here at the beginning of this game, as we're bringing you play-by-play live coverage out here at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. And that's hit pretty hard out to right field, where the catch will be made, but the runner is going to run home, as we have the first run of the game here for State College, as they are the first ones to rack them up. Well hit hard ball out to right field.
Brings up the first baseman, number 28, Brock Bell.
1-0 ball game. And here we have Brock Bell up here, up at the plate, for State College, facing Twerk. He'll foul that one back. Still have a runner on first, of course. So we have 2 outs, runner on first, and the first run just scored. And we are still in the top of the 6th inning. Corey McDonald alongside of me, Marshall Watrous and Chris Valentine. Jovan Joslin on the camera. And again, Chris's little friend, the Spider, hanging around here. And that's hit hard out center field, which will drop for a base hit. Really nice shot there by Bell. Made some great contact there with that pitch. And that advances the runner to second, as we got runners on first and second. We still have 2 outs, of course, as Twerk is getting a little banged up here already coming into this game. And that brings up Brian Dillingham. And that's hit high and foul. Yep, that's hit high and foul. It's not going to be catchable there. Thanks for the confirmation there, Mr. Valentine. And here we are. Dillingham awaits the pitch by Tworick. And that's hit back for a foul ball right there. As a fan in the stands gets a souvenir. We're out here. The beautiful Joker Marchand Stadium. Chris Valentine, Marshall Watrous, Corey McDonald. Your broadcasting crew, alongside with Jovan Joslin on camera, doing a tremendous job this tournament. As we have a 0-2 count here for Dillingham. Some fans in the stands cheering on their team here. Both teams, that is. See a majority of them sitting in the shade. Kind of scattered all over the place here. As it is a gorgeous day out here in Lakeland, in the mid-80s. I know towards the end of the tournament, it will heat back up in the 90s. The beginning of the week.
Don't say that, Corey. We've been blessed with high 70s, low 80s the entire tournament. I don't want to go to the 90s yet.
Mr. Valentine joining the party here. Chris has been doing a tremendous job calling most of these games.
Thank you, Corey.
You're very welcome, sirs. That's a nice hard hit ball out to left field. And looks like we got some bases loaded here, Mr. Valentine. What do you know, huh? What do you say here? This is really State College capitalizing in the top of the 6th inning. As they got bases loaded, they already got one run. And this is Marshall's guy right here, as he's a big fan of Odor. But
Marshall, being an Orioles fan, isn't the biggest fan of Bautista, so he respects what Rugi's cousin did.
Mm-hmm. Here comes Tworick with the pitch, as Odor fouls that back.
Me being a Rays fan, I don't really blame Marshall for liking Rugi Odor on behalf of his cousin. And Rugnet, if you happen to be watching your little cousin play, just hit us up. I mean, I'm sure we could meet. I mean, we'd be happy to give you our autographs if you ask nicely.
There's a hit ball to second, and that will be the third out right there as we get ready to switch it up, going into the bottom of the 6th inning, and we'll be right back. And here we are. We're back in action. Bottom of the 6th inning. 1-0 game in favor of State College over Polk State. And that's hit high out to center, right center field, where the catch is made, recorded for the first out. That catch was made by Odor, I believe. Yes, it was.
Next batter for the Eagles is the left fielder, number 17, Cole Warkin.
And that brings up the left fielder for Polk State, Cole Warkin. Here we go. As Goobleman gets ready to bring it. As that is a ball. 1-0 count here for Warkin. For those of you listening and watching right now, hope you're enjoying the coverage we're bringing you for this tournament so far.
If you like what we're doing, go ahead, give us a like, maybe even a share, any social media that you prefer. We're not picky.
Keep the thumbs down, though, to yourselves. All right, there we go. So we have
had a couple of those in this tournament. We were very surprised.
That's okay, though.
Because those were actually a couple of really good games.
We have a 3-0 count.
It's all right. You can express your opinion. We don't mind. This is America. We have free speech. We're good.
We have a 3-0 count here for Warkin. And Warkin will have no problems taking a walk to first base, thanks to Goobleman.
Brings up the catcher, number 32, Isaiah Cohen.
Marshall Watrous back in the box, the press box here. Welcome back, Mr. Watrous. There he is. Chris Valentine, Corey McDonald, Jovan Joslin, the man. And here we go. So we have a runner on first. We have a 1-0 game here as we are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Polk State trying to get some runs on the board. So we're going to have Johnson come out to the mound for a moment to talk to Goobleman, which they've done a few times already this game, just to try to get on the same page with one another with some of these pitches. We had Gill in the game for Polk State, who did pretty well. Pitched very well.
Only one run given up on 9 hits.
Yeah. But Goobleman's still hanging in there for State College as he gets ready to deliver to Cullum.
You could argue that Gill pitched well enough to win this game, just he's gotten no offense.
Right.
And that's because of the work by Goobleman. Goobleman has so far pitched 5 1/3, allowed 2 hits, no runs.
Big swing and a miss right there by Cullum.
Good pitch.
Yeah, that really was a good pitch. And
really good location.
And thank you, Chris, for giving me those updated stats as well. Okay, runner goes back here to first as Goobleman steps off the mound for a moment. Looks over at him. And he gets ready. And that's hit hard, and a hard hit ball there, and but it's going to be staying in the park, of course, as it was very, very high. It was skyrocket high up there. And the catch was made out in left field by Dillingham. as it finally fell out of the sky into Dillingham's glove. As we have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning, 1-0 game. That brings up Zach Bierman, the first baseman for Polk State. First pitch is a ball there, 1-0 count. Hope you're all enjoying your weekend, all the viewers listening, as it's been a beautiful weekend here, especially in Lakeland, Florida, in this area here. Again, start off with 10 teams. Only one is going to be named state champions and make a trip out to Colorado to play in the World Series with other various teams throughout the nation, except for California, to my understanding. So here we go. 1-0 ball game here. Again, as Marshall and Chris mentioned earlier, we have 2 other games coming up. 4 teams that have not lost yet, to my understanding. Correct, Marshall?
That is correct. The 4 teams still undefeated in this tournament: Santa Fe, Palm Beach State, Chipola, and Miami-Dade. So those 4 teams will be cut in half, and each of them will leave tonight with 1 in the L column. So we'll see. We've got some great ball games tonight.
Which one are you looking forward to seeing in one particular?
I think maybe the game following this one, Santa Fe versus Palm Beach State, because Santa Fe is such a good team, and Palm Beach State really showcased their skill against Polk State on Friday night.
I think I'm looking more forward to Game 12, the late game.
Mm-hmm.
Chipola versus Miami-Dade. Both of these teams, Chipola ranked number 2 in the nation. And Miami-Dade, they were excellent in their previous game. I believe they put up a shutout. I believe it was 7 or 8 to nothing in their first game.
Well, also with Miami-Dade, their team averages over a 350 batting average, and they're one of those teams that have great hitters all around.
Very good, gentlemen. As we have a 3-2 count here for Bierman. So viewers at home, please stay tuned in for our FCSAA YouTube channel, where you can watch these great upcoming games that will take place here later on in this afternoon and early evening, as Chris and Marshall mentioned. So here comes, we have a full count here for Bierman, and the pitch is fouled back. As Polk State is desperately needing some runs on the board, at least 1 to tie this game, to hang in there. 2 would be better, of course, to take the lead, but we are, again, we're in the bottom of the 6th inning here. It's a very low-scoring game. And the runner goes. And so does Bierman. He goes the first for a walk or a light jog. There you go. And here we have the next batter coming up, Harmon, the designated hitter.
Corey, I think in the spirit of the Kentucky Derby, that was more of a trot from Bierman.
A trot. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man, a lot of, from what I've seen most recently, of course, a lot of celebrities go to 10, and of course, especially athletes. So a good handful of athletes we're seeing there.
I don't think Gronk has missed a Kentucky Derby since he's been drafted.
I did see a very cool photo, though, with David Ortiz and Tom Brady, so that was pretty cool to see those two there.
Two Boston legends.
Yep. Of course, though, Aaron Rodgers and...
I'm sure those two are very close to your heart.
Two of my favorites, man. That's for sure. And here we are. Let's see what's going to happen here. Okay. We do have some activity, of course, in the bullpen for State College. So maybe Guberman will hang in there for a little bit longer.
And I can't tell if that was the State College dugout or if that was those were fans. They weren't happy in the delay.
No, they weren't. As we're kind of looking down there trying to figure that out, right? Yeah,
Tyler DeClercq was staying in the on-deck circle for a second, and much to the dismay of either the State College dugout or a couple fans.
Okay, so DeClercq takes a ball from Gubelman. We have runners on second, and first and second, I should say, in that order. As we have a 1-1 count here for DeClercq. We have 2 outs, and we have a 1-0 ball game here as State College is winning. 1-1 count. Here comes the pitch by Gubelman. Ooh, looks like he got hit there, which he did, and now Polk State has bases loaded. Oh, wow. Can they capitalize, though? That's the question. Can they get that one hit?
And it looks like Gubelman might be taken out of this ballgame.
Yeah, I kind of figured, man. Like I said, I'm sure it was just all a matter of time here.
Yeah, his teammates are gathering outside the dugout. They're going to embrace him when he comes out.
Both pitchers did a very good job keeping this, as you can see, a very low-scoring game. As Gubelman will be, taken out of the game, as Chris just mentioned. So with that being said, we will just take a brief timeout on our end. And we'll be back shortly to give you the updated pitcher coming in for State College as he gets ready to warm up. Okay? And we'll be right back. Correction, as we're already back, I guess Gubelman's going to stay in, as Chris and I were certain that he was going to be taken out, but I guess not. So we'll see what he can do as he has bases loaded here, and he needs to get himself out of this jam. See what he can do as he's facing Jonah Garrison.
I think if this baseball thing doesn't work out for Gubelman, he should work in a sales department, because it was very persuasive in that on the mound huddle, that conversation on the mound.
And why not, Chris? Like you guys been talking about, this is the big tournament here. The loser goes home.
Gubelman wants to make sure that his team, and he thinks he's the best player to get out of this situation, and rightfully so. All players should think that they're the best to handle any given situation that they're put in. And he wants this. He wants this opportunity.
Yep. It's about being confident, being, ready to take care of business the best that you can. Believing in yourself, most importantly, that you can get the job done. Here comes the pitch. And that's foul back. as Garrison has 2 strikes. There's 2 outs, of course. Bases loaded for Polk State. And now is the time for Polk State, if they're going to do something here, especially with bases loaded, being, on the bottom of the 6th here. Even though there's plenty of baseball to be played, this has been their best opportunity all game to make something happen here.
And this is the only time that Gubelman has been put into a situation. So we haven't seen him have to make any tough pitches. So he's in uncharted territory for today, at least. Oh, that looked like a good pitch.
Yeah, as the fans are chirping at the home plate umpire with that call.
From my angle, that looked like it caught.
Well, the momentum definitely is favoring Polk State at the moment in this position here, unless Gubelman can change that with one more pitch. And he does! What strikeout right there! Wow! Big time strikeout. That's what we're talking about right there, Chris. He tells his coach, hey, coach, don't count me out yet. You let me hang in there. I'll take care of business. And he does, as he's fired up, and so is his team as he walks to the bench. And we get ready to start the top of the 7th, and we'll be right back. And real quick, there is a replay. We'll give you the replay of that. Thank you, Chris, for doing that. So here's the replay here. Cool. Excellent. We'll be right back. And the crew is back here. Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, Chris Valentine, Jovan Joslin. As we are leading off here in the top of the 7th with the top of the lineup for State College, which is Keyshawn Lynch. Takes a strike there by Tworick. Inside there for a ball. 1-1 count. Still a 1-0 game here as State College of Florida is winning this game. Polk State had a great opportunity to capitalize at the end of the last inning, which they did not do so, as Gubelman delivered a tremendous pitch for a strikeout. And there's a nice base hit up the middle by Mr. Keyshawn Lynch as he's fired up, and he'll hang out on first in the meantime. And that brings up Ryan Carstetter for State College. And Polk State's coach is coming out to the mound. One of the coaches there. And it looks like, yep, making a call as we'll have a new pitcher. So we will definitely be back in a few moments once we figure out who that pitcher is and once they're ready to get things rolling. And we'll be right back. And here we are. As the new pitcher happens to be Justin Tworick. I'm assuming this is the brother of Chad that just left the game. So, got another Tworick in. As we have a 1-0 count here on Ryan Carstetter. Two-0 count. 1-0 game here. Column talking to the other Tworick right now. And here we go. So we have a run on first. We have no outs. We are in the top of the 7th. And we got two teams battling it out for this tournament. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, as that's wide outside. And that's going to be a 3-0 count for Carstetter. Thank you for tuning in and listening, and hope you're enjoying the games that have been played so far. As you're watching our FCSAA YouTube channel here. That's a strike delivered by Torek. I'm Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, Chris Valentine, Jovan Joslin, your crew, covering this play-by-play, live coverage for you all at home or wherever you are watching. It's been a beautiful weekend, beautiful facility, great tournament, and some great baseball. And here we go. We have a 3-1 count. Carstetter gets ready, and so does Twark, as he decides last minute to throw over to first. So Torik's taking his time. They're kind of just waiting a little bit. Now looks like he's getting ready. Maybe not. Just when I say that, he decides to throw back over to Bierman, as he's just going to play catch in the meantime. As we have Keyshawn Lynch on first base, who had a nice hit to get himself there. Here comes the 3-1 pitch as Lynch goes. Ooh, and he gets in a second. Wow, a little speedster right there. That was a very close play.
Good execution of the hit and run.
Yeah, great execution there, as State College has a man on first and second. Again, there's no outs. So that was some good heads-up running there. Some good communication.
Now State College is 180 feet from expanding upon their lead.
Yes, they are. As we have Riley Johnson, who is the catcher for State College, up at the plate. See what he has in the tank. As it looked like he was going to bunt there for a second, and then anyways, the pitch ended up being a ball out of it. As the gentleman mentioned earlier, we got two other games coming up, two good games with undefeated teams that have not lost yet in this tournament when I say that. However, in the end, there's going to be only one winner that takes the state title and gets to travel out to Colorado to compete in the World Series with other various teams throughout the nation. As that is a bunt.
Oh, good effort.
Yeah, that was a great effort. That was a bunt, which was foul. However, a great diving athletic attempt by the third baseman, Scott, over there to try to catch it. He landed kind of awkwardly, it looks like, because I can see him kind of shaking it off a little bit as has some slight discomfort from making that dive.
Yeah, he's hunched over there at third right now.
But it looks like he's going to hang in there.
I think he landed on his knees first.
Yeah, and then I saw him swinging his...
Oh, maybe it's his arm, his glove, his left arm.
Yeah, Yes, yes, it is. Yeah, because the way he was moving it around. Yep. But he looks like he's going to be all right. He seems to be, at least for the moment. And now we're back here as Johnson is getting ready for Torek to deliver a pitch to him, whatever that pitch is going to be. It's going to be wide outside for a ball as he has a 2-1 count. Runners on first and second. Again, we are in the top of the 7th inning here at Joker Marchant Stadium. We got a fairly good crowd as they're scattered throughout various areas of the stadium here as I'm looking around.
Mostly seeking shade.
Yep, seeking shade, exactly. The runner's going to third.
Good bunt.
Yeah, it was a great bunt as the out was made at first, of course. However, there's only one out and there's a runner on second and third. As Johnson did his job to advance the runners. And now that will bring up Austin James, who's the shortstop for State College.
State College has two runners in scoring position, only one out, so a very good opportunity to get 2 or 3 here.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the
second or third runs, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the time, right, Chris? Just like
And there it is.
Just like Chris said, there's that big-time hit by James, as he's going to have no problem getting to second. And what do you know?
Wonderful piece of hitting
by
Austin James, able to turn on that off-speed pitch and drive it down the third base line.
Yeah, as a few runs score. And we have a 3-0 game here. Great hitting by Austin James, as Chris just mentioned. And that brings up the designated hitter, Tyler Romanek. And again, there's only one out. So State College definitely taking care of business with their opportunities. As that puts Polk State in a little bit more challenging position here moving forward into this game.
And think about how crucial that sack bunt is now from Riley Johnson.
To set it up, yeah, absolutely. Good heads-up baseball there.
If the second runner was on first, might not have been able to come around and score.
And like you said that, too, it was great execution because, again, before that bunt, it started off with Keyshawn Lynch's running as he was safe in the second with that heads-up play there.
Yeah, good point on that, Corey.
Yeah, just great execution all around for State College as they're really capitalizing and taking advantage of this inning right here so far.
Yeah, looking back on that hit and run, that's the only reason that Lynch was able to get there into second.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, Romanek has a 1-2 count. The fans getting excited. The bench all fired up over there at State College as they're on their feet. And that's well hit. Oh, man.
Oh, that could be out of here.
And that's gone.
Out of here. Oh, wow.
Wow.
What a shot.
See you later.
That was excellent.
Wow, as that ball goes sailing.
What a piece of hitting.
Over the left field wall.
What a piece.
And Tyler Romanek. Look at them all fired up, man.
That ball went 400 feet easy.
That was a beauty right there.
Let's take another look at that.
As it was skyrocketed in orbit.
He turns on that fastball, and he hits that 400 feet out there to the Corona Cabana.
Yeah, I think that ball...
He hit that on top of the Corona Cabana.
I thought the ball actually hit a cloud and finally dropped down.
Don't say that. There might be some rain now.
No, that was definitely a rocket shot. And, wow, 5-0 as State College just put themselves in the driver's seat here.
Those ospreys on top of that light pole got disturbed.
Exactly. Wow. So, oof.
And just like that, what was a pitching duel the entire game, now State College has a 5-run lead.
Right. Yeah. Yep, I know. It really took a momentum shift there, right, Chris? And it looks like there's going to be a different shift as well, as a new pitcher is going to be brought into the game for Polk State, as the second twerk of the day will come out of the game.
And let's, while they're doing that, and while we go to break, let's take another look at that huge game-changing home run by Tyler Romanek.
And here we are. We are back as the new pitcher for Polk State is number 20, Zach Schneider, right-hand pitcher out of Boca Raton, Florida. And the out is made over at first, as that is the second out recorded here in the top of the seventh, where there has been 4 runs already scored, as State College has been doing some work with their bats. And we just most recently had a monster shot made by Tyler Romanek. In the meantime, we have Brock Bell up at the plate. Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, Chris Valentine, Jovan Joslin. If you're just tuning in, thank you for hanging around. If you've been with us from the beginning, hope you're enjoying the game so far. If you're a fan of either team or just a fan in general, hope you're enjoying it as we are enjoying our time out here at this beautiful ballpark at Joker Marchant Stadium. And that's a strike right there.
If you're just now joining us and you're watching online, it's kind of hard to tell between the white and the gray. So that's the State College of Florida in the gray and Polk State College in the white. Corey, what do you think about that pitcher thrown out there with the sidearm?
Yeah, man. Looking at those mechanics, you don't see too many of those sidearm pitchers. At least I haven't. I don't know if you guys have, being around the game a lot, but they're pretty much a rare commodity, wouldn't you say, Chris?
Yeah, I never enjoyed going up against a sidearm pitcher. I was writing everything they threw just trailed away from me, and I was never really able to hit them well.
Right. Yeah, no, like you said, Chris, it's really the timing, of how to, find that, that right swing that you want to make for it, if that even makes sense. But I don't know, probably not how I'm explaining it, but visually I'm just thinking of it in that way. But as Brock Bell will take a walk to first base, as he was able to figure out, not to swing at certain pitches delivered by Schneider, as he has no problem making his way over there with that walk. But let's talk about one successful sidearm pitcher in the major leagues. What would be one that you could say? As I already have one in mind. I want to see if you pick him.
The most notable one would be Darren O'Day,
Mm-hmm.
the reliever for Baltimore. I know Marshall gave me a smile when I said that. He's an excellent sidearm pitcher. He's really the only one that I can think of. He's the only one that has really been notable in the past couple
We'll
years.
actually have to do some research. Maybe Marshall can do some research for us. We'll get some famous sidearm pitchers, some major league sidearm pitchers moving forward. But we do have Rugi Odor up at the bat. We have a runner on second. And here we go with Schneider. And that's hit foul. Yep. It's not going to be playable there, as Odor has a 1-1 count, but there is 2 outs. And we have a 5-0 ball game here in favor of State College, as they really capitalized so far this inning, racking up 4 runs. And again, Polk State had their chance in the bottom of the 6th inning, where they had bases loaded, had a chance to at least, tie the game at the time, as it was just a 1-0 game, but failed to do that. So now State College has been taking care of business ever since with their bats, as they do have 2 outs, and there's 1 ball, 2 strikes for Rugi Odor, the center fielder for State College.
And as Marshall just looked up famous sidearm pitchers, most of them were back in the early days, mostly pre-1960. As we found out more and more about the human body and what pitching does to it. As a ground out to third will end the inning on a great play.
I was just going to say, yeah, that was
a wonderful play by Zach Scott.
Didn't mean to cut you off on those statistics, but yeah, that was an unbelievable play there. But yes, Chris, you please finish as you were saying, though.
Most pitchers now don't try to stay away from sidearm. I know I started pitching sidearm when I was younger, because I saw a few replays of it back in the days. And my coaches always told me, hey, don't do that, it'll mess up your arm. And I think that's why people have strayed away from pitching sidearm.
Like as you said, there's just a very minimal amount of those kind of pitchers out there now today, as you said. So, But we will be back in just a few moments as we get ready to head into the bottom of the 7th inning, where Polk State will try to attempt to hopefully be successful in getting some runs on the board. And we'll be right back. And here we are. The bottom of the 7th inning. We have the top of the lineup for Polk State, which is Rowdy Martinez up at the plate. And do we still have Goobleman on the mound? Trying to see here. Either way, it's a 1-1 count right now.
Yes, Goobleman is still on the mound.
So they kept him in the game. Okay.
I'm actually surprised about that.
Well, that's why I was questioning it, because I'm actually surprised too, to be honest with you.
They do have action in the bullpen, so I assume he'll be taken out soon.
Right.
He's pitched really well. Only 2 hits given up, no runs.
Well, he has a 2-2 count right now on Martinez. Again, beautiful day here. As we mentioned, all weekend it's been beautiful. There's a high ball there. 3-2 count for Martinez. Where we are coming down to the 3rd day of competing. These teams competing against one another in this state baseball tournament. And that's hit high and foul.
Took a nice bounce.
Sure did. And another souvenir for a fan. Actually, I thought it was a souvenir for a fan, but they actually have someone out there collecting the foul balls from
they've been doing that all tournament.
From the fans, yeah. Yep. And it looks like that foul ball was caught by.
That's a really good catch.
Yeah, it was caught by a player from another team. Yep.
Well, I mean, he's well trained.
Yeah, no glove either. I guess he was showing off there.
58, Palm Beach. Let's look up who that was.
In the meantime, that's hit pretty nice out there for a line drive, but it's going to be caught for a minute. I thought it was going to have enough to drop there in the out in left field, but stayed up enough to be caught, as that was caught by Dillingham. And that is the first out here in the bottom of the 7th. And that brings up Skylar Frey, the second baseman for Polk State. And here comes the pitch by Goobleman.
Actually, I think that catch was made by a coach.
Was it?
Because I'm looking at all the team rosters, and no 58. And that was definitely 58 on the back of that player's jersey. Actually, 58 on the back of that coach's jersey, I would assume.
There's a strike there.
If we find out otherwise, we'll let you know.
Well played in the stands, as Chris mentioned. 1-1 count. Attempted bunt there for a strike.
And he did go.
So Frey has 2 strikes on him already. And Zach Dewart, the right fielder's on deck. That's wide outside for a ball. 2-2 count. 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. 5-0 game. As State College is beating Polk State College as we speak. Two good teams. And that's hit hard for a foul. Again, thank you for tuning in as we are here at the FCSAA State and NJCAA District State Baseball Tournament being held here at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. It will also be taking place next year as well. However, we mentioned earlier that will be only 8 teams that attend, opposed to the 10 that are currently here now. Whatever teams they are, throughout the state, only 8 will be invited to come out to compete in it next year. As I had the opportunity to interview Mr. Rick Hitt, who is the FCSAA Region 8 State Baseball Chair, and he explained that briefly about the change moving forward into next year and how it can be challenging for a majority of teams to, especially only being 8 picked, to make it. And that's hit hard out in deep center field, but just enough to hang out there and be caught by Odor. Recorded for the second out.
Well, we have a quick moment. I'd like to thank everybody on behalf of everybody broadcasting, part of this crew. I'd like to give a special thanks to everybody at the FCSAA for giving us this opportunity to come out here and just sit and watch baseball games, talk about them. It's been an amazing experience for myself, and I feel like I speak on behalf of everybody here. Well, there's nothing much I'd rather be doing right now. So I'd like to thank everybody at the FCSAA, especially the executive director, Kelly Warren, who we had the pleasure of speaking with the past couple of days. So thank you, guys.
Well said, Chris. Yes, and thank you as well on behalf of myself. Truly humbled and grateful for this opportunity, and great people supporting us. As Chris mentioned, Kelly Warren, Mr. Davey Gill. Very truly grateful for the experience and the opportunity, so thank you both kindly. As we are here in the bottom of the 7th, 5-0 game, here comes the pitch. And Dewart has 3 balls and no strikes on his count. So we, again, as we've said this already in this game and various other games, we're expecting Dewart not to swing at this next pitch, even if it's a perfect one probably down the middle. We'll see what happens. See what kind of pitch Gubelman delivers.
Maybe in this situation with them being down by so much, he could have the green light. He doesn't.
No, and he took a strike. So there's a 3-1 count.
As I look at the scoreboard out in left field, bottom of the 7th inning, 2 outs.
That's hit foul back there.
Polk State doesn't have much time.
No, they don't.
They only have 7 outs remaining. They have to score 5 runs.
Not to mention, I just really feel now the momentum has really just shifted, obviously, in favor of State College. As you say that, the majority of the game, it could have went either way, but right now it just looks like it's, well, again, shouldn't be predicting anything, but just that momentum definitely has shifted. However, on another note, there is a walk for Dewart as he makes his way to first, as Gubelman gave him first base. And we do... Okay, so... Yep. So now Gubelman's finally going to come out of the game, Chris. And we will be back in just a moment with that pitcher change. And so stay tuned in. Thank you. back as the new pitcher for State College is Jeremy Orbick, right-hand pitcher out of Homewood, Illinois.
And let's take a minute and talk about Goobleman for a second.
Strike there.
He went 6 2/3, no runs given up, 2 hits. He is responsible for the runner on first, but likely with the way Polk State has been hitting, likely not to come around and score, as there's a strike 2 over to Zach Scott, 0-2 the count. Great performance by Goobleman, able to get out of a couple jams, and just very impressive throughout the day.
Yes, indeed. As Orbick's been impressive so far with 2 straight strikes. And there's a little bouncer to second for the out. Yeah, that was really nice. That was
Keyshawn Lynch able to contort his body.
Yeah.
Oh, let's take another look at that.
Yeah, show that replay. That was a nice grab and throw there.
That was excellent. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. Just the way, and barehanded, Keyshawn Lynch able to barehand that ball and spin his body around rather quickly. He deserves to be pumped up for that.
And we are back, and Keyshawn Lynch, who made that tremendous play just before coming up to bat here, as we are in the top of the 8th inning. Score 5-0 game, as State College has been taking care of business. Schneider is still in the game, sidearm pitcher there. As you're tuning in and joining us, we have another game coming up right after this one, as well as, well, just in general, we have 2 more games to be played here. One after this one, and then following, of course, that's that game, as I just mentioned. So get comfortable at home or wherever you are. If you want to see some more great baseball being played by at least 4 teams that have not lost yet in this tournament coming up. However, that's a nice strikeout for Schneider, as Lynch gets caught looking. And that will bring up Ryan Carstetter, who's the third baseman for State College. Again, been such a beautiful turnout with this tournament. It's been a beautiful turnout with this state tournament being played here, weather-wise, so far at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland. This is the home of the spring training facility for the Detroit Tigers, as we've mentioned many times. Again, one of the nicest spring training facilities in the state of Florida. Made some renovations to it last year, and just phenomenal. These players get to have the luxury to play in such a nice field. And there's a strike right there for Karstetter, as he has a 1-1 count, and there is one out as Lynch just struck out previously. And we have a little bit more baseball left in this game. However, Polk State has no choice. And there's a nice diving catch right there. And a nice fit. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Little late.
Little, like a smidgen late, it seems like, on that one, Chris, right? From this angle, it looked good, but, of course, the first base ump had a better angle as he's standing right there, seeing it go down. But a nice athletic diving play by Garrison to try to finish with a nice strong throw, but
Here's a quick look at that.
Just missed it by a smidgen there.
Yes, and he was safe, able to get there just before the tag, before the ball hit the back of the first baseman Bierman's mitt.
Gotcha. And in the meantime, we have Riley Johnson up at the plate. And a runner on first as Schneider throws it over to Bierman to force the runner back.
And even though that play didn't result in an out, still a great effort by Garrison. It shows that he's willing to put his body on the line, make the hard plays to try to get his team back on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, it was a great athletic attempt. As when you're playing in the big stage in these big time games in these tournaments, you want to put your all into it, your effort into it.
A lot of players at this point, though, would give up. Their
Right.
team being down by 5, it doesn't look likely that they'll make a comeback, but shows what kind of player Jonah Garrison is and what kind of heart he has.
Yeah, exactly. The heart and passion he has for the game. As all these players, pretty much portray that, I like to think and see, as there's a reason why they are here playing with these other teams being, one of the best.
There's a reason why he's an everyday starter for this team.
So that was a foul ball hit towards the third baseline, and Johnson will go back. As Johnson now has a 2-2 count, just a 2-1 count from what I'm looking at here. One out. Runner on first. Top of the 8th inning out here at Joker Marchant Stadium, home of the FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament this year, and also home of the Detroit Tigers as well. And here we go. Schneider gets the pitch from Cullum. And that's hit foul. Corey McDonald, Chris Valentine, Jovan Joslin, Marshall Watrous. And here we go. Johnson gets back in there. He waits patiently as Schneider delivers an inside ball, making this a full count now for Johnson with a runner on first. Again, this game started off pretty. It was slow as far as offense goes on both sides with the bats, but State College took advantage of utilizing their bats in the top of the 7th inning where they got 4 runs. Polk State, they on the other hand have struggled offensively. But, again, there's still time left. But they're going to have to take advantage of every opportunity they have to do so from now until then. And Schneider looks in, gets the call, and he delivers a walk to Riley Johnson. And that will bring up Austin James, who is the shortstop. We are currently at 86 degrees here in Lakeland, as it's a beautiful day out there. It is going to start to heat up, though, as I mentioned, during this week in the 90s. As less games will be played starting tomorrow. Only 3 games, as we've been covering 4 since the beginning of this Friday. I mean, the last few days since this started. There's a ground ball to third there. And, yes.
Excellent play by Zach.
Yeah, excellent play. The out is made. Nice strong throw by Scott to do so. As now there are 2 outs here in the top of the in the top of the 8th. And that brings up Tyler Romanek, who went yard earlier. Delivered a skyrocket shot out in left field. See what he has in his tank, see if he has any more power left. As he will take a strike in the meantime from Schneider. There's a runner on second and third for State College with 2 outs here. Romanek awaits. And Schneider delivers a strike right there. Another one as Romanek is in the hole with an 0-2 count. That home run was a beauty, though, that he hit earlier.
It sure was.
The only home run of this game.
That was a bomb.
It sure was.
That wasn't a home run. That was a bomb.
And here comes the pitch. And that's a nice hit, but it's going to be caught, however, out in right field for the third out. As we go into the bottom of the 8th inning, where Polk State will have pretty much Polk State will have 2 more chances to try to get some runs on the board here. We'll be right back. And here we are. We're back. Myself and Chris Valentine. Jovan Joslin working the camera. Marshall Watrous in the background somewhere. And we are here in the bottom of the 8th inning, where Polk State has 6 outs to do something here. 6 outs left in the game, that is. And here comes the pitch. And that's delivered by Orbick for State College. For a strike, 0-1 count for Warkin. Cole Warkin is up at the plate for Polk State. We will have Cole Warkin, as he's already up, Isaiah Cullum, and Zach Bierman, the 3 batters, to start off here for Polk State. And here comes the pitch by Orbick. Oh, that's a little high. Way high, actually. Goes over Warkin's head for a ball. And again, thank you to all the viewers supporting us and watching us since the beginning of this tournament. We appreciate it. Hope that you're enjoying all the games so far that's been covered, as we've been enjoying ourselves out here, having the great opportunity to bring it to you. So now we're dealing with a 2-2 count for Warkin. Bottom of the 8th inning. And a big swing and a miss right there, as Orbick gets a nice strikeout. And there's 1 out recorded. And that brings up the catcher, number 32, Isaiah Cullum, for Polk State. Have a decent crowd, as I mentioned, scattered throughout the stadium here. Mostly sitting in the shade, trying to get out of the sun, even though it is pretty nice out there. A little less humidity for this time of the year in Florida, in this area at least. As we have a ball right there. We have a 1-1 count for Cullum. The next game coming up, which was supposed to start at 4 p.m., will be played right after this. Probably have after this game, actually, probably maybe 30 minutes after this game ends. It's probably a fair assessment to say as they get the field all set up here. And that's going to be Santa Fe College versus Palm Beach State. That'll be the next game coming up, which is the 11th game being played at this tournament. And then the big game that Chris is looking forward to tonight, which is Chipola versus Miami-Dade right after that. 4 good teams. However, there's going to be 2 losers out of the 4, unfortunately.
And I think we'll see 3 of the top 4 teams in this tournament, Santa Fe, Chipola, and Miami-Dade. I think Polk State here, who's in the losers bracket, is the 4th best team.
That was a nice play, Chris. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That was a very good
we
play,
might get a
yes.
replay on that, actually. Wow. That was really solid play by Carstetter. And then, making that strong throw to first to get the out for 2 outs here. So Chris is working on the replay on that.
Here's the second look at that. Grounder over to third. Takes a weird hop. But Carstetter still able to make the play over at third.
Yeah, that was great.
And I think despite Polk State trailing in this game 5-0 and likely having an early exit home, I still think they're one of the better teams in this tournament, and they just had a couple bad outings. And
yeah,
it doesn't matter how good you are if you can't win when it matters. Then what's the point? But I think you can still look at their season. and see a lot of good things. A lot of good players on their team. They got a lot of good freshmen, but a lot of good sophomores that are going to be moving on.
Right. And Bierman gets hit and takes a stroll to first.
Trot.
A trot, yes, yes, that's right, a trot. I said trot a few times, the other day, and I didn't even say it once today. So yes, yeah.
You said it yesterday a few times.
You had it right though, yeah, and yeah, as you mentioned the Kentucky.
So you got it before I figured it out, but
yeah, as you mentioned the Kentucky Derby, and there you go, trot. That's the appropriate term to use, as we have one ball for the Clerico, Tyler DeClerico, who's up to bat now for Polk State.
He pinch hit for Bradley Harmon early in the game.
Okay. As Chris mentioned, he's a pinch hitter.
Ended up taking the role of DH.
And here we go. Here's the pitch by Orbick, as that's inside.
3-0 count now. Polk State on the verge of getting 2 runners on with 2 outs. So you never know. Baseball's a weird sport. You can be down the entire game and have one rally that'll put you right back in it.
Yeah, it's just like the game we were talking about yesterday between St. John's and TCC.
Oh,
that was, it was ended up being a high-scoring game, but, just when you thought that,
both teams battled back and forth.
It exactly was that kind of game.
Definitely the best game we've seen in this tournament.
Each team, fought it out every time they got a chance to get up to the bat, And
you got to give TCC a ton of credit. They did go home early with 2 straight losses to start it out, but they showed that they belonged in this tournament, even though they did have that early exit.
Exactly. And now we have another walk, as we have 2 men on base, first and second.
No pitching change. There's nobody warming up in the bullpen for State College.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet over there in the meantime. They're just going to have a huddle and a little chat about what's going on. Try to cool down Orbick in the meantime and get things together here. And we'll be right back in just a brief moment until they're ready to go. Okay, I'm Corey McDonald. I'm back with you. As we got Marquise Orozco up at the plate. He is pitch hitting. Again, 1-0 count. We have 2 outs. We are in the bottom of the 8th inning here at Joker Marchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida, where this tournament's taking place, the state tournament's taking place. One of the teams remaining left here competing will be crowned the state champions and also have the luxury of being able to compete with another various amount of teams heading out to Colorado for the World Series. So be interesting to see who that team is, who takes it all, as we've been talking all game about the really good teams left here and unfortunately some of the good teams that already left. 2-1 count here for Orozco. Here comes the pitch by Orbick. And that's popped up. Wow. I apologize for my pause here as can we get a replay on that, please? Let the viewers at home see this, as they probably would be speechless as well once they see another look at that. That is just... That's unnecessary miscommunication right there, in my perspective, my opinion about it. You had 3 guys surrounded by an easy out to be made, and the ball just drops there in front of them.
Those kind of mistakes just shouldn't be made at the state tournament this far in, with already 3 teams home and a elimination game on the line. A mistake like that is just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, State College has played a great game, and again, they're winning 5-0. But that's just a routine play that needs to be finished and made right there, especially when you got 3 guys hovering around it. So we have a 1-0 count here for Martinez. And that would have been the 3rd out. That's what I'm saying. That's, you know, let's see what Polk State can do here. And in the meantime, as Martinez takes another strike.
I mean, these guys are tired. They've been out in the sun all day.
And
this game, well over 3 hours. But you can't be making those kind of mental mistakes.
Yeah, and now look, Marshall. I mean, it's bases are loaded. You know, if that catch was made, that easy catch was made, Polk State would have been headed to the bench. You know, in the meantime, they got bases loaded. They got a pretty good hitter up at bat for Polk State and Rowdy Martinez. This could come, you know, this can possibly come back and haunt them.
Especially if Rowdy Martinez cranked off a home run right now, and you know, then it becomes a one-run ball game.
We have a 3-1 count now, and you know that Martinez is not going to swing at this pitch. He's going to put the pressure on Orbic to get a strike with bases loaded here. Let's see what he brings. This is going to be interesting.
That really is unfortunate for this Manatees team. They could be back preparing a bat right now.
He swung for it.
That was very surprising. He swung for
yeah, because again, I know we probably sound like a broken record, you know, to the viewers listening in, but we've been saying how most likely, you know, the batter's not going to swing, you know, with a 3-1 or 3-0 pitch. But I guess he had the green light to do so.
I mean, especially with bases loaded, if you get the walk, then
that's what I mean. Just put the pressure on the pitcher, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. And the pitcher, you know, it's a big mental game, so he's still thinking about that dropped ball.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, it's absolutely. That's the way that I see it too. In the meantime, now there's pressure on both ends, of course, between the batter and pitcher because it's a 3-2 count.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Martinez swung on that last one. Because now either can go one of 2 ways. They can get a run or it can be an out.
Right. And there's ball 4. And a run will score now. Wow. There you go. So it ends up working out in the end for Polk State as they finally got a run on the board as they are down 4. The score is 5-1 here. Bases are still loaded and there's 2 outs. And we do have a potential, and it's going to be a pitching change for State College with that being said. So we'll be back in just a brief moment. As
we'll show you this quick
Marshall
replay
is showing
again.
a replay, real quick actually, that you can see.
This was the dropped ball.
Yep. So, alrighty, we'll be back in just a brief moment. Thank you. Okay. Corey McDonald and Marshall Watchers are back with you now. We have a 5-1 ball game here. Bottom of the 8th inning. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. Skylar Frey is up to bat here, the second baseman. See what he can do with his bat, as Polk State is desperately in need of runs to capitalize on and get back in this game, as they're doing a good job so far, at least getting one on the board. Only down by 4, as they have an opportunity to tie this game with a grand slam. And wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something, Marshall? And again, I hate to be critical, but you go back to that routine little pop-up that should have been, caught. You got to be, open-minded of how things could change in an instant off of that routine play.
I mean, now a 5-1 game. It could have been 5-0, and bases loaded with Skylar Fry up at bat.
And you got to remember, though, too, this is these are good teams. It's a good team you're playing against. They both are. They're both great teams. So we'll see what happens. And we have a ball, a 3-1 count. Let's see if he swings on this one. So we have a 3-1 count, and
I'd be surprised if he swung, but I was surprised that Rowdy Martinez swung on that last one too. So,
and pitching right now for State College is James Logan Lyle, left-handed pitcher out of Bartow, Florida. Oh, and he delivers a really nice pitch there, actually, for a strike. So we have a full count, 3-2, two outs. The fans are getting into it.
And the Eagles are hoping to at least get a single out of this, because they have Zach DeWert on deck.
And there's ball 4. Another run will score. We have a 5-2 ball game here. The momentum has shifted in favor for Polk State. They are pumped. And now it looks like Lyle is going to be already taken out of the game. So we're going to have another pitching change take place for State College, as Polk State got another run out of the deal. It is 5-2. They were only down 3 runs, and they still have another opportunity, being the home team, to get one last chance, in the bottom of the 9th, as they're doing work right now in the bottom of the 8th to try to at least put them in a better position, as we still have bases loaded with 2 outs. We'll be back in just a moment. And here we are. As Zach Dewart is up at the plate with bases loaded here. It's a 5-2 ball game. Polk State fighting back as Dewart takes a strike right here for the first pitch. And a big swing and a miss right there. There's a ball right there. And a big strikeout as State College gets the strikeout there, which was desperately needed. And now we'll head into the top of the ninth as State College will make their way back up to the plate. We'll be right back. And here we are. We got Jaron Shelby leading off here in the top of the ninth for State College. As that's hit high out in center field. The catch is made. And there's one out right there.
So I want to point out State College leads 5-2, and they also lead in the hit department 14-3. Just let that sink in for the pitching that State College has provided. They've been really good. Other than that miscommunication in the bottom half of the 8th inning, they've had a near perfect ball game.
Wow. So 14 hits to the 3, as you just mentioned. Wow. Yeah, that's a big difference there.
That's a big disparity for a 3-run ball game.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a strike there delivered. And we do have a new pitcher in the game for Polk State. Trying to get a number here. It's number 31, as that is Drew Marino.
He gets that strikeout in the dirt. Throw over to first to Bierman by Cullum is in time to get the runner out.
And we do, yeah. We have a 1 out. Again, Marino's on the mound now for Polk State.
That was Brock Bell on the strikeout.
The umps are having a brief huddle here. So
I don't know what the issue was for that because Brock Bell,
there,
maybe they were discussing if it was foul tipped.
yeah, because now
Well,
there's
that
2
wouldn't-
outs.
That wouldn't make sense because Brock Bell ran right away, so he knew that he missed it.
Yeah, so there is 2 outs now, as we can see here.
I mean, when in doubt, look at the reaction of the batter. He knows he missed it, so he's gonna
Right.
run right away, and he did.
So we have an 0-2 count with 2 outs here for Dillingham. And that's a fly ball out to right, where the catch is made as Dewart catches it. And Polk State will get their final opportunity as we go into the bottom of the 9th inning here to at least tie this game, which they're down by 3, or score 4 runs and win it all. So get your popcorn ready, and let's see what happens. We'll be right back. And here we are. Corey McDonald, Chris Valentine. Bottom of the 9th inning.
Good pitch there.
We're still trying to figure out who he is. Trying to see his number here. As the reason why we say it is because we weren't able to get the call on who the new pitcher was brought in to be. The count is 2-1.
And looking at the number, it's actually the first baseman earlier in the game, Brock Bell.
Oh, okay. And as Bell walks, Scott to first base. So we got one on. So that will bring up Cole Warkin, number 17, as we have a runner on first. We have Brock Bell, the first baseman for State College, now pitching, as Chris confirmed. And we have no outs in the bottom of the ninth here. It's a 5-2 ball game. So we have strike there. Nice pitch by Bell. And that's a base hit. So we got two runners on, first and second. No outs. Polk State starting their rally.
And just like that, the tying run, Isaiah Cullum, comes up to the plate.
Right.
It's funny how things work out.
Yeah, again, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out with the current of events that's changed throughout the course of this game as it started off. So here we have Isaiah Cullum. As Brock Bell takes a brief moment to himself, gets back on the mound. So now we have a ball there, 1-0 count. Cullum just taking his time up there, being patient. The bench for Polk State cheering their team on. Getting all excited, getting pumped over there. The fans are too, of course. As we got two runners on board, first and second. We have 0 outs. And we are in the bottom of the ninth inning, where Polk State has the last chance here. That's a nice strike there by Bell. So we got a 2-1 count. Again, we thank you for joining us today as we get ready. A big swing and a miss there for the next game to take place after this. Which will most likely probably be at least around 30 minutes after this one ends, somewhere around there. As the crew will come out, who's done a stellar job with the field out here and resurface it, get it ready. So Johnson goes out to speak with Bell. And here we go. 2-2 count, no outs. Man on first and second. And there's a big strikeout for Bell. Wow, what a nice pitch there. Chris, how mentally, like, I just want to get your perspective because I know that when you played, you were a pitcher. But
sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, but is it tough to mainly just, play a certain position, and then all of a sudden, like, for an example, with Bell here, playing first all game and then being called in to pitch, like, is that a whole different mindset you have to kind of...
Normally not, but as you get into the higher and higher level, you start to focus on one or two positions that you like the most. We do see a lot at this level and in the high school level, first basemen that are also pitchers, because normally your first baseman is around 6'2", 6'3", maybe a little taller, weighing about 200 pounds, and your pitcher is usually around the same body type. But normally when you get up to this level, you start to focus on one or two positions that you really like. And normally, if you're a pitcher, you're a pitcher, and if you're a fielder, you're a fielder. But first and pitcher, and then outfielder and pitcher are relatively common here at the college level.
Well, yeah. That's interesting, though. But Bell is, like I said, he's really come in and he's thrown some really nice pitches in the meantime to try to, seal the deal here for his team to finish this game up. As Bierman has 2 strikes already on him, this 1-2 count here is already 1 out. Bell's hanging in there, throwing some good pitches, as he's been playing first base majority of this game. And that's popped back for another foul ball, as Bierman's hanging in there as well, doing the best he can to try to keep the momentum alive for his team, as they're in the driver's seat to try to get some runs on the board. First and second, there's only 1 out. A big-time hit here can really change this game. And Johnson and Bell don't seem to be on the same page, as Johnson goes out there to chat with him once again. Again, thank you for tuning in and watching this game, as we've had some great games being called here these last few days at this beautiful stadium at Joker Marchant Stadium, representing the FCSAA State and NJCAA District Baseball Tournament. And that is hit foul back. Again, Bierman hanging in there. Here comes the pitch. And foul back. Just taking some cuts there.
Bell's starting to get frustrated on the mound. He feels he's made quite a few really good pitches, which he has. But Bierman has done a very good job at keeping himself alive.
Well, this is my question here. The fact that the coach went with his first baseman to bring him in, does that mean that they don't have another guy that they could put in? So if they take Bell out, would they have to... I'm assuming they'd have to take someone else from a different position to go in?
No, just
because
college probably just felt comfortable with putting Bell in right now.
Okay, because I don't see any bullpen activity. That's where I'm going at with it.
No, they definitely have more pitchers.
Yeah, for State College. I don't see anything going on over there, and that's why
this is only
curious.
The third that they've used all game.
Right. Okay.
But obviously in a tournament style, you're playing every day, and you do have less rest than normal. So that's probably why we're seeing Bell right now in the closing stages. That way you can give some of your guys a rest. And that ball is popped up on the infield and in to make the play.
Which was made by Karstetter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And that was a big play right there.
He ran in all the way from third, called off Johnson.
And you know what?
Made the catch.
I like that. That makes up for the one easy one they missed, back a few innings ago. So wait for Karstetter to step it up, call command of, that fly ball to catch it and to make it 2 outs now. So that's good. Good heads-up play there by Karstetter. And now we have Tyler Del Clerco up at the plate, who will get an opportunity to face Bell.
Third straight go-ahead or tying run coming up to the plate. They haven't been able to do anything with it so far.
Right. So here we are, 2 outs.
They got those first 2 men on right off the bat in this inning. And
There's a nice strike there by Bell. State College 2 strikes away of winning this game and advancing further into this tournament. Runners on first and second. A nice big swing and a miss there for Del Clerco. State College getting pumped.
1 strike away from moving on.
We have an 0-2 count, and we have a 5-2 ball game here.
This game running on 4 hours now. This has been the longest game of the tournament so far.
0-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss. And State College pulls it off with big-time pitching from the first baseman, Brock Bell.
And one of the better teams in this tournament, Polk State, gone from this tournament relatively early. That just shows you how good these teams are and how much fight these teams have.
Yes.
Congratulations, State College of Florida, for moving on to tomorrow.
Yes, congrats to them.
We will announce the matchups later in the day when we get everything finalized.
Well, what a game, and we thank you all for hanging in there and watching this game with us. Again, my name is Corey McDonald, Marshall Watrous, Chris Valentine, Jovan Joslin. The next game, Chris is going to inform you about. So, Chris, take it away.
Game 11 of the tournament, number 3 of the day. It's going to be Santa Fe versus Palm Beach State. Approximate start time will be at 6 o'clock sharp. That'll give them time to redo the field, get everybody ready, warmed up. We look forward to broadcasting that game. It'll be Marshall, Corey, and I again. And we'll see you here at 6 o'clock. Thank you for tuning in.